think we got everything. So let's jump on into it. There we go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Thursday. Hi. I still have a bit of a sore throat. I probably don't sound too great. I definitely don't sound too great. So probably not going to be super chatty today, but we'll do the best we can with it. I hope you're all having a good Thursday. Let's say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Thank you for the 18-month resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Please be, for everyone, please be safe with all the heat that is going around. It is summer is coming in hot. I was actually just watching a video today talking about how the body responds to heat and tries to vent it off in situations where it really struggles with that. So yes, please be careful. Please drink lots of water. Stay hydrated. The part of what it was talking about was how you can get into situations where the body essentially isn't able to sweat, right? Like it will sweat, it will push the water out, but then the water doesn't evaporate. So it's not actually taking the heat anywhere. So that's when it gets really dangerous. Anyway, yes, please be careful. Hello, Standing. Hope Thursday is being good to you as well. It's good to see you. And hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. Welcome in, everyone. Good job making it through the week. We are almost to the weekend. We're almost there. Hang tight. Like I said, left Georgia during a heat wave and came back to New York into another. It might have just been the same one. It followed you. It was on the same flight. But yeah, so I think whatever my roommate caught at Evo, I feel okay for the most part. It's just it's been really sore, a bit stuffy headed, but nothing too bad. So we'll get through it. Gallery feels much better now than it did like this morning. So I think it'll be cleared up another day or two. Just a little unpleasant. What happened yesterday? Oh, so yesterday, silly little thing. So I was on my bike ride. Hope you feel. Thank you. I'll be okay. It's nothing bad. It is honestly fine. And frankly, like even yesterday, I definitely felt a little something in my throat, a little frog. It hadn't like developed into a full-blown sore throat yet, but I was still able to do my bike ride no problem. So not really affecting me in any unpleasant way other than some discomfort, and obviously the yappy is going to be a little less just because I don't want to force it. Honestly, you guys will probably be happier for that, right? But so I was on my ride yesterday, and I think I passed by a cafe or something that was advertising muffins. And I was like, shit, I want muffins now. So, towards the end of the ride, I was passing by a grocery store. I'm like, okay, I'll stop in. I'll get a thing of muffins. So I got the box. I take it back out to my bike. I have sort of a pouch that sits underneath I guess you could call it like the spinal bar, the one that goes between the handlebars and the seat, right? So I've got a nice little thing that sort of fits into that space. So the box not fit. It would not fit. There was no way. I tried, but it turns out the square box does not go in the triangular bag. Maybe if it had been a triangular box into a square bag, that probably would have worked. In any case, so if I eventually got it to work with very big quotations on there. Um, I got it like half sitting in the bag, sort of, and then basically just like took my lock chain and wrapped it around the bag so that it was sort of like preventing the box from jostling at all. But the whole thing is sitting at like a 50-degree angle out of this bag, like half in the bag, half out. And they're just like, and I have to like pedal with my feet wide apart so that my knees don't keep banging into it. I'm like, this was not a good idea. But I did get my muffins. So you know what? You know what? It was worth it. Yeah, you know what they say. If it's stupid and it works, then it ain't stupid. And I like to believe that's true. I'm happy with how fast they came and went. I'm sure it's just calling on something worse. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's probably just a minor thing. And admittedly, going to a big public event is like you could catch the freaking plague at those things, right? Get con plague or something. So yes, it could have been much, much, much worse. Could have been anything. Um it also occurred to me that, the process of me biking, the possibility of just something going in my mouth is not zero, unfortunately, and that could have set something off as well. But it's okay. So yeah, that was a little silly. That was a silly little thing of like, I should not do this again, but also muffins. Um, what was the other thing that happened yesterday? I did get a few more. I've got like 2 or 3 to-do lists, so I'm working through it all. Um, got a couple more things set up for the debut, or I'm working on them. Um, oh, there is a fun bit of I did learn the power of honey and cough drop. I have those right now. I have one in my mouth as we speak. It helps. It definitely helps. Tea also helps. I do like the lemon and honey ones. Those are the really good ones. Um, so Sony put out a fun little announcement, which the internet has been duly dunking on since it came out. I think they said at the end of next year, so start of 2028, they would no longer be producing physical copies of games that they release. It would be digital only going forward. And quick aside, I only just thought about this. It occurred to me that, God, this must have been like a decade ago now, but when the Xbox One was coming out, they tried to push that as a digital only platform, and it literally got somebody fired. Right? It got dunked on so hard. And the head of PR for Xbox at the time, was on the socials responding to people's concerns about it, and someone said, something to the effect of, well, what if I live in like a rural area where internet is really slow and unreliable. How am I supposed to get access to my games? And the dude just responded, why would I ever want to live there? Yeah, so he was promptly fired. You'd think the head of the PR department would have a little more fucking tact than that, but I guess not. I guess not. Turns out Microsoft was just ahead of the curve. Nobody really wants to give Stop Killing Games thing power, I guess. Yeah. Really not reading the room. And, obviously, like in the United States, in the intervening time, internet, I'm not going to say internet infrastructure has improved. It probably has in a lot of areas, but I wouldn't say universally, right? Like some people are still relying on Starlink and whatnot to get access because wired internet just still isn't a thing for them. But, you know, like any of them, you had competitors from US, Canada, Korea, Japan, big countries, lots of infrastructure. You had people from Senegal and Pakistan and the Dominican Republic and, you know, lots of countries where like high speed, reliable internet is definitely not as readily available. And a lot of people do play their games by going to net cafes, right? Because they don't have internet at home to consistently be playing games on. They have to go somewhere that, like, it's part of their business structure to pay for a high-speed internet plan. Realize how I might actually be getting fiber. Nice. Well, that means you'll actually have a chance to download the next God of War or whatever. So, like, to those people, I guess Sony says, we don't care about your business. We don't want it. Which admittedly, they already kind of signaled that before, right? Remember when they tried to make it so that you needed a PlayStation account to play Helldivers on PC? And it was like, but what about all of these countries that can't sign up for a PlayStation account? And they said, fuck them. Until everyone went, no, fuck you, to the point that Sony actually walked it back. The freaking Comcast solicitor over the weekend that was like trying to they tried to spin it like, oh yeah, people have been having issues with fiber of like it dropping randomly. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Just lying to my face. So rude. So I don't know. The whole thing is just like, Sony, what are you doing? It's kind of absurd. It's hilarious. And hopefully they get enough backlash, they see enough backlash that they walk it back. But I don't know, maybe they just want to low key kill their games division the same way Microsoft does. We'll have to see. I feel like something else silly happened yesterday. There was the whole goofing with the bike. There was something else. It'll come to me later, I'm sure. Hang on, let me check. I feel like I want to go. I have a lot of various like YouTube videos and such that I watch in the background while I'm working on stuff. I don't remember what it would have been though. Oh, there was one thing that I wanted to sort of bring up just as a plan for later in the year. So Ace Combat 8 is coming out October 1st. And what I thought would be a fun thing to do would be to play Ace Combat 7 beforehand. We're not going to go through the entire series because that would be insane, right? It'll be like at least 7. Wow. I think it would be like 4, 5, and 6, which would still be a lot. And frankly, that's not all worth going through. I think 4 and 5 are good. 6 is not great. 7's obviously really good, and 7 has sort of done a lot to catapult the series to the popularity that it's at now. But yeah, so what I thought we could do, because it's not a super long game, is basically September, our Thursday streams. We could play Ace Combat. We could play AC7. Because if Hades 1 was any indication, we are not going to be done with Hades 2 by then, right? I think probably going to be on this game for a little while. So what I thought we could do is the Saturday streams, we would continue to play Hades. Thursday, we would play AC7. And then come October, we just take a break from Hades, right? We finished AC7. Come October, take a break from Hades 2, play AC8. Once we're done with that, we go back to Hades. But yeah, I didn't want to like completely derail Hades for too long. I just wanted to. I felt like it would be fun to play both games sort of simultaneously. So that's the plan. Capital T, capital P, the plan. And I don't know, man. CIG has not announced another delay to Squadron 42. So I don't have a reason to believe that it isn't coming out this year other than general pessimism. But still no idea when that's going to happen. It would be a little bit awkward to play like one right after the other, just because I feel like there is a certain amount of like overlap in terms of how the two perform as games. I don't know, it's always kind of weird to like have back-to-back games like that and be like, oh, this one's definitely better than the other one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they say. We'll see. They are making some low key moves of like getting a promotion period ready for it, or like starting the marketing campaign. But we'll see what they do. It is July now, so if they're going to do something, they should probably do it, you know, soon. I can't imagine that they want to release in November either. I'm sure they are looking at that as like, yeah, GTA 6. We do not want to contend with that. We have way too much writing on this being successful to just let it get vacuumed up under GTA shadow. Excuse me. All right. So that's the plan for September, October. Still a ways off. And hopefully we'll have the new model for them. That'll be nice. Should be able to. I'm gonna be honest. Kuroama put out a brief clip of the model that they're making for Mookie, which looks incredible. It is so well rigged. It is so well animated. It's dynamic. It's bouncy. It's so cute. It's so cute. I saw it. I'm like, shit, now I want to do more. Now I want to add more like physics responses and such. I want to do like a ton of toggles and whatnot, just because I think that would get insane. But definitely just have the model be more responsive. I think would be a lot of fun. All right, but I don't know. I'm thinking we're making good progress on this. Still gonna take a while. I did start working on some more of the like outfit updates, so getting there, getting there. But for tonight, I thought what we would do is sort of a similar thing to last week. Um, Hopefully with less frustration and headaches. So I was able to get AutoRig Pro updated. Thankfully, it was not that hard. I was able to do that this afternoon, and it successfully exported the model No Muss or Fuss. So why don't we go ahead and get into it, and I can show you guys kind of where we're at with that. Yep. So I brought up Blender. We're not going to be in it for very long. I just wanted to show you guys. So we've got Cube. Goodbye, Cube. So we successfully have Jordan and all of her bones. All of these things sticking out of the face are the bones that in the Blender file are sort of repurposed into the various rig controls. So Blender's kind of doing a cheeky little thing of using one object for a different purpose. But if we actually go to the mesh for Jordan here, we go in here, you'll see we have all of our various blend shapes. Oh my God, what's wrong with your face? You see we have all of our various blend shapes, so we can still mess with it before. The only thing that isn't working as it was before is you can see the meshes for the interior mouthpieces are not moving when I do the thing anymore. They're not linked together, but I think they'll be okay. Plus, okay, no, it doesn't. I thought it might do a thing where if I selected all of them, it would let me do it, but does not appear to be the case. It's only whichever one is last selected. So, all the various blend shapes are baked into the FBX now. So what we're gonna see about doing is updating our existing object in Unreal Engine with this version and getting the blend shapes set up there. So we're going to do that. We're going to set up the controls for the eyes again as we had them. There's one other thing that I want to try and do, and it's dumb. I'll be sure to save after we set up the basic controls. But what essentially I want to try doing, and this could be a huge rabbit hole, could not work at all. Part of what is in the documentation on the modular rig system is setting up custom modules, right? If the modular system does not have a module that does the thing that you want to do, you can make your own. And then you can save it as a module to plug into your modular rig. So I kind of want to try that. And we're going to go back to the minion video because I think what we'll be able to do, if I'm understanding it correctly, is we might be able to set up a custom module that does the things that he does in his video and then just plug it in. Fingers crossed. And knock on wood and pray and cross fingers and toes. So we'll play around with that for a little bit, see if it works. If it does, awesome. If it doesn't work, well, it's okay. We'll still have the basic eye controls. So let me grab the documentation. Here we go. And then I need to grab, or I need to find a video. Okay, so you got two of the videos from before, and hopefully one of these do the thing I want to do. You already listened to this? I actually got a decent playlist going. Alright. Let me pour myself some tea real quick and then we'll get going on the first of these videos, trying to understand how we can get all these various expressives into the engine. So we're going to go over here. And let's get this guy a little more up in the corner. See if we can't get something to cooperate here, right? Here, actually, sorry, 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna pause this for now, and we're gonna just put something a little more laid back in the background, just so that they're not fighting each other. All right, so the whole first part is him setting up our shape keys, right? We don't really need to go through all that because we have that already. I cannot hear this guy worth a damn, but it's okay because we got the captions. The caption. Okay, I want to check one thing really quickly just to make sure. So, go back. Oh no, I'm still in Blender really quickly, but I just want to make sure that the rig here. Okay, yeah. So the rig is still controlling. For some reason, I was worried that my rig had like gotten disconnected, but it should be fine. So, what we are going to need to do is I need to find the character model. Because we need to update the existing FBX. with our new one. Let's see. So, where is that? Re-import with new file. Going to use rig3 export. And we're going to pray that nothing breaks. Okay, it says it is importing. It's working, it's thinking. Worst case scenario, we just close the project, we don't save, and re-roll it back. But this should be okay. It's still working through it. Oh, please. Yeah, because the part in the video that he is looking at is like, we already have the thing, right? Or we're importing a new file, which we are not doing because we already have Jordan, loaded into the game. We have all this stuff that is set up on this FBX file. So hopefully, since we haven't changed anything other than adding the blend shapes in, everything should... Ooh, okay. That might be a problem. Okay, we'll have to see about that. So I don't think when I originally brought the file in, I imported the morph targets because, of course, there were none. And didn't see an option when I was bringing it, though I wasn't looking to see if there was an import morph target option. So we'll have to double check that. We'll have to see if it did anything. Let's watch through the video and see where the menu that we're going to be looking for to set up the morph targets is going to be located. Okay, so there's a skinned mesh, which I think for us will be a skeletal mesh. And then morph target tab. It's still thinking. Goodness, I hope it's not dead. No, it's still going. I think. Where's Unreal in here? Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's still going. It's just taking a long time to think about it. Okay, well. You guys can't see it, but there is a little spinny wheel down here that says it's importing. So it is thinking. It's just... what I imagine is happening is it's, taking this new file and then it has to work the information down the hierarchy, right? All the assets that are using the FBX, all of the children have to get updated as well. You're not waiting for something from me, are you? No, I don't see any pop-up windows. So chat, how's your day? over here for a second. Uneventful. Honestly, uneventful is sometimes nice. They'll have the name of that loading wheel. What? I was watching a video earlier talking about the loading wheel has a name. Which loading wheel? Goodness, it's still thinking. Spinning one when the tasks are bad. Oh, like the task is dying? Well, thankfully we don't have that. Like it's still responding. It's still thinking. It's just it's thinking very slowly. Okay, yeah. I was watching a video earlier talking about recycling plastic. I know, very fun topic. So say the name, the Automod would slap me. Yeah, but that would be funny. And essentially, something that I learned that was very like interesting. So, getting plastic recycled is kind of a hard sell. Apparently, a big part of why that is because the ethylene or the ethene, two methane molecules that gets worked into is the throbber. Well, that's not even a good name for it. Doesn't describe it at all. Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, so the two methane molecules, that's sort of like the core component of a lot of plastics that we use today. You know, polyethylene, polyester, so on and so forth. PET bottles is essentially a byproduct of natural gas extraction, right? They're pulling methane out of the ground, and some of it has just naturally condensed into the compound. And they can't do anything with that. So, you know, they're allowed to just burn some of it off. You know, there are regulations on how much they can burn, and then if the amount of ethane in the well exceeds the burn off limit, then they have to close the well, right? If they can't burn it off and they can't get rid of it, then they would just have to close the well. And they don't want to do that for obvious reasons, because then they're leaving all the remaining methane untapped. And yeah, obviously, a whole other issue with that, but that's another discussion for another time. So they will sell the ethylene for ridiculously low prices because it's literal vendor trash. It is just we have to get rid of it. It's a waste product for us. Come buy it by the truckload and get it out of here. We will almost pay you to get rid of it so that we can keep extracting methane. And then that gets turned into new plastics. So it's kind of like part of the reason is just, yeah, it's so ridiculously cheap to just make new plastic instead of recycling existing plastic that it just doesn't make sense. I'll post the video on the Discord. It's a very interesting thing to go through. Oh boy. Okay. I wonder. There's a waiting for skinned acids to be ready. Let me see if there is like a bug or something that's happening here. Huh, this person seems to be running into a similar issue. I'm not familiar with Groom. Do morph targets have anything to do with it? Disabling morph targets on skeleton during import prevents a hang was not a proper solution. Current solution. For modifying the binding asset, set editor async skin asset compilation 2, it defaults to 1. And set the proper source and target meshes in the binding asset set editor. All right, let's try. I'm going to try restarting because it seems like we are stuck. And I might need to give this another pass. Hmm. Because we do need the morph targets, right? That's the whole reason that we're doing this. So we can't turn the morph targets off. But editor async skinned asset compilation 2. See if we can find whatever they're referring to with that. All right, give me 1 second. We just gotta load up a secondary window and we should be back to it. All right, there we go. Get you out of the way for a minute. And then, so I think this goes in the command line. is enabled but on pause for debugging. When enabled, skinned assets will be replaced by placeholders until they are ready to reduce stalls on the game thread and improve overall editor performance. Okay, cool. So that should at least prevent it from stalling out. It's good. We want that. We don't like when the engine stalls out. Module rig, blend space, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so this is currently using export to. And then we're going to right click and hit re-import with new file. Yeah, see, there's no options like we see with the import new asset. I'm going to try again and hope this doesn't. Okay, well, at the very least, the engine isn't completely crapped out, right? Oh, wait, I might have spoken too soon. I don't really understand issue. Seems the groom map sets and corrupted. Even though saying new bindings, set the groom from a different metahuman. Okay. Okay. We're gonna try something. We're gonna try something. It seems like it is stuck again? Question mark. Like, it's not dead, but it's also like not moving. If I had known it was going to be this slow, I would have done this before the stream started. The thing is, I don't know if it's slow or if it's stuck. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let's start over one more time. Close it out, restart it. Can't get this to behave. So what I want to try doing is instead of re-importing using the new asset, because that seems to make it quite unhappy. I want to try instead importing it as a new asset and then redirecting everything to use the new asset than the old one. See if it's happier with that approach. Would be nice. It would be nice. We'll have to see. It would be nice if these things just worked. Wouldn't that be great? Right, 1 second. Gotta get the window open. There we go. And we're back. once it finishes thinking. Alright, so we're going to go in here. We're going to go to meshes, characters, Jordan, and then I'm going to make a version 3 folder. And I'm just going to save. We're going to drop it in here. Translating source file. There we go. Okay. Options, 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 options. Okay, so what do we want? The source name for asset, offset translation, no, rotation, no. Import lots, there are none. Import only animations, no. We're going to use Jordan Rig 1 skeleton, good. Import static meshes, convert statics, group. All right. Where? Yes, more targets. Good. And let's see. If that works. Failed to merge the bones. This can happen if significant hierarchical changes have been made. We like to merge all skeletal meshes using the skeleton ensure all bones are merged. No. Okay. So this is, I would say less, yeah, this is not ideal. Thing going on with the face. Also the fact that the character is floating. Okay. So the good news is we didn't break anything in our existing work, right? And we do have the part that we need brought in, right? So we have our morph target stuff here. I don't know why this allows it to go farther than what Blender allowed, but it's fine. So now the question is, how can we merge right? Because see, this has no morph targets. I wonder if there's a way that we can transfer them. Let's find out. Morph target import 5.4.3. Import the mesh, open the mesh and select import morph targets. Re-import the mesh, reopen the skeletal mesh menu. present in the source Blender file. I was able to occasionally get morph targets into Unreal from Blender, exploring them from Unreal and using a third-party plugin, shape keys from mesh that has it to the viewing. Create and download MetaHuman, open the source file, export to ZBrush, make changes, back into Maya. Oh, there is an import morph target option. Okay, let's see if this works. See if this works. Okay, it is currently stuck. Thinking. Oh, wait. Following materials need morph support. Oh my god. Well, that wasn't ideal. Hmm. Okay, so it seems like it's done all of its thinking. Yes, it is. It is not happy at the moment. Okay, here's what we're gonna try. I want to try something. So essentially, what I'm thinking is we don't want to. I don't think we want to update the entire rigged character. If we have the option to import the morph targets from another mesh, I feel like that would be preferable, ideal even. And what I want to try doing we're going to grab the meshes. We're going to export the FBX. I'm going to call this Jordan Face Morph Targets. So we're going to do the selected objects. And then, and just mesh material or just mesh objects, yes. No animations. Just want to make sure that the shape keys are getting exported as well. I think we're okay. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to go to a new file. Make sure that this got brought in as expected. It did not. There are no shape keys on here. So that's no good. The one I missed. Let me go back to that other blend shape video because I skipped over the part where he exported because I didn't need it, but now I need it. Okay, so he does leave animation on. Okay. So we'll just leave it as is. We're going to overwrite. Let's try a new scene. There they are. Okay, so now we have that. All right, we're going to go back here. Go back into the engine. We're going to go to our version 3 folder. We are going to delete these guys. Actually, let's just leave them. Let's just leave it for now. We're going to bring our new one in. Right, and then let's double check his import settings. So skeletal mesh off, right? We need it to be a skeleton mesh. You don't need to apply a skeleton. Okay, so we do need to check on that it is a skeletal mesh. Or morph targets, or attributes, okay. Yeah, so we have import morph targets turned on. Okay, so let's import that. And of course it overpopulated all the entire thing, which is a giant mess. But I guess that's my fault. Okay. So let's see. Oh, but we just need the FBX file. So let's see if we can just import it directly off of the FBX. No. Or target. You and I have a very different definition of imported successfully. Okay. Show me this really quick. So if we go in here, interesting. Okay, so if I select this one, you have the shapes. Okay. I don't want this. Okay. If I were to, no, because I already tried importing it off of 3. That didn't work. Yeah, okay, so that's just going to do the same thing. Let me see. Yeah, I don't want it. Copy morph targets from one skeletal mesh to another. That might be it. Breakdown. Did you ever get the story to use copy morph tools from the marketplace? Epic. Thank you. It's $50 though. It only runs up to 5.2. So it wouldn't even work in my current version. Let's see. My God, what version of software are they working with here? Oh, it's 3ds Max, so that explains why it looks so fucking old. Let's see. Yeah, because the problem is, like, the only thing it's bringing in is LOD 0. Like, it doesn't see the other ones. I don't see a way to transfer these to another asset. Hmm. By modifiers, checks boxes. This will block shape keys from being exported. Get working once, but that was it. Okay, well, that thread went nowhere. All right, let's see if this has something. All right, so this is a 15-minute video. doing export, otherwise it will change the skeleton tree hierarchy, therefore select the meshes and skeleton. Okay, that's fine. Click on import morph target. So we did that. We got that, right? With easy morph, the component function can be used for simplified morphing. Otherwise, it also works with the standard morph target nodes. Okay. Yeah. Easy morph. Blueprint. I mean, I should have known that nothing ever just works, right? But okay, so easy morph component. Let me look this up. It seems to be a plugin. Yeah, it is a plugin that someone has made. Okay. Okay. So we have this, right? We have this file. We can re-import the geometry, hash with a new file, re-import geometry or skinning links. This will create multi-import source file. Probably a bad idea, but let's try doing it this way. Why is this FBX so much smaller than the previous ones? Maybe this is part of why it wasn't working. Oh, oh, wait, oh. Okay, but so, oh, but now you brought in all the other shit. Fuck. Okay. Um, walk it back to version 2. At least it didn't break, as far as I can tell. Failed to merge bones. Uh-oh. Okay, so now we're back here. And hopefully, it didn't break anything. Oh, I think we broke everything. Okay. And now we reset. We do not save. We restart the engine, and we just hope that everything is okay. Yeah, I want. Trying to think what we could do that would get it to do the thing, to get it to do the right thing. Okay, so go back to Unreal. We're going to check the animation first just to make sure that everything kind of reset cleanly. Okay, that looks good. Admittedly, there's some weirdness happening, but it's fine. Okay, so that all looks better. So we're going to go straight here. We're going to import morph target, and then I want to go here. Let's try using this one. See if that does anything. Literally nothing happened. That's interesting. Okay, so that still does this. Why does it do that? That's really weird. Okay, so I fail importing morph target. Okay, that's fair. All right, we want to try one more thing in Blender. So if we grab all of this, get rid of the rig, and then we're going to export the FBX. Put this to Y forward Z up. Yep. Okay. All right, and then we're gonna try the second morph targets file. Port that out. And then let's try importing this and see if it does something a little bit more agreeable. Probably not. It's strange to me that this system doesn't seem cooperative. It feels like it should be more straightforward, but nothing about this has been, so I don't know why I would expect that to be the case. Hmm. Okay. It seems thinking. Is it thinking? I might be giving it too much credit. Well, Task Manager says it's not responding, so let's give it a second. One other thing we can potentially try doing is assigning the morph targets on a mesh by mesh basis. See if that somehow works. Seems questionable, but maybe. I feel like, yeah, okay, you know what? It should have done it by now. This was not a hard compute. All right, give me a second. Oh, yeah, I feel like this should be more iteration supporting than it feels like it is right now. All right, 1 second to bring the second window up. All right, so where are we? We got this back here. All right. I want to bring up the body. I don't think this will work because this is a static mesh. No, static meshes do not support morph targets. We need the skeletal mesh. This guy. But then if we import the morph targets, last time we tried to import the morph targets, it killed it. Bring this file in, but it only imports the one. And this is probably going to fail. Yep. I'm going to try this. Okay, so if we export FBX out of on a rig, bones from file, motion, add the IK bones, mannequin axes, rename for that. Okay. And then we're going to overwrite 03 because it's not helping us anyway. Right, so Blender is re-exporting. Okay, so it did that. Let's try re-importing with a new file, and then we're going to use 3. See, this breaks everything. Well, now it's doing the waiting for skin assets to be ready shit again. So it might be dead. It's being very uncooperative. I don't appreciate. Could it be desperate for memory space? No, I'm fine on memory and compute power. I just wish it would actually tell me what it's doing. So I would know if it were actually doing anything at all. Right now it's just hanging. Alright. Well, that's going. Let me see if I can find something to explain. No, it doesn't automatically convert them. Maybe. Brand new character model rating saying this is a bug or I'm unaware. Can't have modifiers and shape keys at the same time. Removing the modifiers and unchecking add modifiers on export did the trick. All right, we will try that. So you go away. I'm gonna go back here, go back to Blender, select everything for the mesh. We're going to export FBX while we get Unreal launched again. Okay, so no modifiers. Why? You know what? It's fine. Okay, so overwrite that and open up the feedback always helps. It would be nice having some information to work off of. I would be frankly amazed if this just magically solved the entire problem, but I know. Right, give me 1 second there. Oh. Okay. Don't need this. Want this guy. Going to import. Hey, Genetic. Happy Thursday. Well done. Not seasoned. Oh, someone get this chatter some seasoning. I'm sorry, Thursday. It's been rough, but hopefully you can get some relaxation now. Good to see ya. Welcome in. And it's stuck again. See if this actually loaded something in halfway decent. Excuse me. Or is not working now. Yeah, a little salted beef is good stuff too. Okay, hang on. Things are acting fucky, so I'm gonna close Flip Studio down because I'm worried about consequences. Oh my god, what? Standing. Thank you for the 6th gifted. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, June. If you guys got a gift sub from Standing, please be sure to thank them. A new month. Ew. But still, I really appreciate it. Thank you, dude. Okay, cool. So here, like this. Alright, so we're going to do that. We're going to restart Explorer because that's always fun. Always a sure sign that things are going well. I'm sorry, can you stop being an idiot? Oh my god, what are you doing? Okay, so fine, let's do it this way. Import an FBX. Go to here. Import this file. Oh, okay, so it does have that. Sorry, 1 second. We'll go back to Blender. It's being very weird. Again. Do Y forward, Z up, pulls, no modifiers, and override. Okay. And then don't save that. We're going to import the FBX. Bring this in. Okay, so that looks better. You have my blend shapes. That's good. All right. Now, this is probably still not going to work, but the file does look cleaner. I'm sorry, Unreal, why are you stuck? I didn't even tell you to do anything. Why are you stuck? I'm losing my patience with this. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna not reopen that window. We're just gonna start fresh. We'll open files as we need. Thank you also for the hype train. Alright. What do you want from me, Unreal? I'm trying to cooperate with you. I'm trying to play by your rules. No, do not reopen the window. I'll do it myself. Right. Here, just like this, and watch it crash. Oh, okay. So good news is it didn't crash. Bad news is it's still doing this. Question is, why is it doing that? Doesn't even have any modifiers on it. What is the morph target name here? Jordan Rig 1 imported. Hmm. Okay, I'll try one more thing. We're gonna bring version 3 skeletal mesh in. For static morph targets to skeletal. Here we have import morph targets turned on. We're going to import that. Open this up. Okay, so that looks correct. Aside from being off the ground a little bit. Right? Yes. Okay. So what I'm wondering, there's two possibilities here. Possibility one, can we sort of swap everything out to use this file instead of the other one? Hmm. Possibly? Possibly, maybe. Okay, so I want to leave this on the gray materials for right now, just so it's easy to distinguish which one we're dealing with. We're going to save, because nothing that we've done has been destructive so far, right? But I want to try see, the problem is if I try re-importing with the new file, it seems to get stuck. Wonder if I can re-import the mesh and the logs with a new file. Okay. Well, thankfully, it doesn't seem to have broken anything. But it also didn't bring in the weights. That didn't work. Was thinking about it. Okay, still nothing. So that only leaves okay, so go back to here. And you look for where is the reference editor? Reference viewer. Here we go. Okay, so we have all of these things. Wait. Oh, that's even worse. Okay, but this is now it is running off of rig 03. But that it didn't import the morph target. For the sake of my own sanity. Okay, well, we did break something. That looks like more of a weighting issue than anything, though. It looks like part of the leg is skinned improperly. But the rest of it looks okay. Okay, so that's... I can kind of live with that. For right now, anyway. Okay. So, it's good that we didn't break anything too substantial, but... Morph target imported successfully, except you didn't import anything. I don't suppose you'll just let me, like, copy paste this, would you? That would be incredible. That would be hilarious. Okay. No. Alright, let me watch this video really quickly and see. You're right, it would be too easy. We can't have that, can we? Okay, wait. So he right clicks, and then there are a bunch of options in there that I do not have. What? This is from 9 months ago. Where is he? Mesh Morpher. Are you? No. Okay, so this is another plugin for doing the same thing. I feel it's a little deceptive to not mention that at the top. Yeah, it doesn't need complicated hard work and dedication. How do you think games get made? Yeah, that's rather deceptive that he doesn't mention at all that it's using a plugin that you have to pay $300 a year for. Re-import the mesh. Reopen the skeleton. You're right, I didn't buy the battle pass. Okay, import the mesh, open the mesh, and select import morph target. Re-import the mesh, reopen. And it crashed. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're gonna have one of these tonight, aren't we? All right, let's figure out where we left off. One second to get this back open. And then you'll figure it out. What was that? I told you to reopen it. Thank you. All right. Here we are. So this file okay, so this is currently on rig version 2, which is fine. So we are going to import morph target. We're going to pull from morph targets 2. We are going to re-import the base mesh. Okay, so it didn't crash right away. That's good. And we are going to close that. We are going to reopen it. And it didn't do it. Occasionally, get morph targets in Unreal from Blender by exporting from Unreal using third-party plugin to transfer shape keys from mesh as to the UE export mesh, but my instance I didn't transfer properly. Debugging now. Okay, well, I probably don't have any of those anyway. Oh my god, dude, go! Yeah. Okay. See, I feel like I did this already. Yeah, see, like my rig 3 does work. It does do the thing that I want it to do. We're not importing any animation data, so how do we make this work? How do we get you to do the thing that I want you to do? Okay, so we have a mesh. Okay, and then you. Okay, so you using this. You are one and the same, effectively. We go over here. Be able to drag this in there. No, we don't want to use that. You don't want to use that. Why don't you want to use this? Do you want to explain why you're not happy with that option? Okay, so if I go over here, I drop that and you still don't like it. Why don't you like it? Hmm. Well, probably because. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay, because this, and this are the same thing. Okay. Right. So we want to pull up reference viewer. We need to understand. Is there a way that I can replace everything in the reference? Self-referencing properties, browse the assets, and defend, recenter, make collection. Okay, so yeah, I don't. I feel like logically there are a couple of different ways that this could work. But I don't know that it's actually going to do any of the things that I would like it to do in a way that makes sense to my brain. Go ahead and save that just to see if that helps somehow. But no, it did not. Okay, so that guy just fucking lied. That process does not do anything. If there was some way. So I feel like the two options, right, would be to replace the existing skeletal mesh with the updated one, and then that would just sort of slot in everywhere that we've used the original one. Or I could import the morph targets from the other file, and that should work as well. I would be fine with either of these things being effective. How goes the dev stuff? Bad. Oh, Tishul. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. Hope the week has been kind to you. I don't get why it doesn't want to work. Or funky one. No, it's not importing the blend shapes that we have made. It imported it on a different skeletal mesh, but getting the skeletal mesh plugged in everywhere is problematic. So we can either try and do that, or we can try and figure out how we're supposed to actually import the morph targets, and neither one is being cooperative. Hmm. How do you import additional morph targets into a mesh already imported? Well, this is from 8 years ago, so it's probably horribly out of date, but had to close the mesh window, then double click again. I have to refresh the window anymore. Disappear the odd problem I had. As I realized, character up to 3 units. Okay. We're gonna try something dumb. I'm going to re-import on rig01 with a new file. And this is probably gonna get it stuck again. We're gonna see what it does. There were issues with the import. Well, it didn't get stuck. No smoothing group information was found in the FBX. I don't care about the smoothing group information. I really don't. I really don't. Why didn't... Okay. Close that. Close it. Close it. Open this. Why are there no morph target? Hmm. Physics asset, animation blueprint, walk, painting, only deformations. Wonder with no luck. Specific settings that need to be selected. Open the existing skeleton mesh in Unreal, and then the asset details window. Remap morph targets. Remap the morph targets from the base LOD onto the reduced LOD. Okay, well, I don't need that. Skeletal mesh, skin weights, import settings. Okay, so it's not anything in there. Animation rig, per poly collision. That sounds extremely expensive. Per poly collision? So, like, every single polygon is a collision mesh? That sounds insane. reduction settings. Remap morph targets. Remap the morph targets from. Okay. Build settings, mod settings, clothing. Import your character and save. Okay. So it's unfortunately what I'm looking at right now, I believe is for something in Unreal 4. I think they moved some shit around because of course they did. And the option to import the morph targets from within the asset details doesn't appear to be available anymore. Because that would be too easy, right? Hmm. And the only thing I can find is the remapping morph targets between WAD models. Hmm. Heart ray tracing, warmer, model, 0, settings. Excuse me. Oh, interesting. That doesn't have an impact on anything at all. Wait. I don't care which of you do it, just one of you do something, please. That is not the something that I wanted. Hmm. Yeah, it crashed. Yep. 07s for this fuck ass engine. Go ahead and reopen that. Then, okay, so where are you? Hmm. Okay, so we have this still in here. The animation, create new asset. Options here, create pose asset. Lens space. Import data, retracing, sampling, rendering. Hmm. How else can I get this to do anything? Can't have modifiers and shake keys at the same time. Yada yada yada. Alright, whatever. That ultimately doesn't help me. Hmm. See, I feel like I don't know. I don't get why this is not. Okay, let me approach this from the other angle then. What's the best way to change the skeleton mesh for another while keeping the animation playing? Save the current pose variable, select the variable as the pose in the other mesh. Nope, that's not. This is not what I want you to. What? Browse to this, and then open up the reference viewer. Oh boy. I feel like this could break a lot of shit. Okay, so that's good. And then where did my other window go? We have a bunch of level sequences. Oh boy. Okay. But wait, what about the modular rig? Right? This whole thing. Can we just swap out? Nope. No, we may not. Okay. Hmm. Wish this were easier. I really wish this were easier. Alright, so that's back to that. That's fine. This. What I don't understand. Okay, hang on. Print screen size 1.5. Okay, triangles. Why is the try count? Or no. 21, 4, 23, 31, 7. Okay, good. Yeah, so the poly count is identical, which makes sense. It's an identical asset. It's the same asset, but it won't accept the morph targets from its sister. The morph target preview window, you can preview all your morph targets, but it won't accept any information. The document you're looking for does not exist in this version. You are such an idiot. How can you not have this documented when you offer the link to documentation? Okay, let's try this. So the other option, re-import mesh with dialog, actually brings up the options window, which would have been really nice to explain that in the process. Whatever. Oh my god. Oh my god. Which is, so that's excellent. But we do have a problem. One of the things that we were able to do in Blender was limit the areas that were being affected. Wait, did I paint? So I painted the eyebrows. But it seems like that's not working. Not working the way that it should be, right? Because if see the bottom lid is still getting affected by the top one, and that's not what it should be doing. Okay, so that one works. Why are you not doing the right thing? Why does the smile keep getting reset like that? Are you doing that too? You are. Why are you doing that? Is that happening in Blender? No. Why? Hmm. At this point, I'm almost willing to just let it go. But it really doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense that this one blend shape is getting messed up. Like, even this one needs to more or less be working as expected. There's a little bit of movement in the upper lid that's not ideal. But this one shouldn't be affecting the bottom lid the way that it is. That is weird. Okay. I'm gonna log that one down as one of those polish things that we will fix if we get a chance. But right now, I'm really just gonna leave it where it is because everything else seems to be doing okay, and I'm not willing to put a bunch of time into doing anything else with it. Honestly, Jordan, that's how I'm feeling right now. Actually, no. There we go. That's how I'm feeling. If that ain't just a damn mood and a half. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna call it good enough for now. Oh my god. Okay, so if we were. Alright, so let's just take like a 2-minute break. Everyone, do the human things. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink. Gonna circle around. We're gonna de-stress for a minute. When we come back, we will set up the eye controls that we did last time. And then we can see possibly about setting up a custom module for a tracking control. Sound good? All right. Let me put up the BRB real quick. Yep. All right. I'll see y'all in a couple of minutes. Okay, there we go. Did everyone have a good break? Where's the back? There you are. All right, so we got everything saved. That said, go back in here. We're going to go to control rig. And what we need to do this time, admittedly, I was thinking about this while I was away. So we have the blend shapes in the engine now. We're going to need to figure out how to actually use them when we want them. Okay, so we need to add a socket to each of the eyes, right? And then we're going to add a control. Before we do that, let's just close all these down because we don't need them here. So add this here. We're going to call this one IR. Going to make another one. Going to call it IL. And you will socket into the IR socket. You will socket into the IL socket. We're just going to parent you both under the neck. And then, as a reminder, you are going to both be circle thick shapes. I like my shapes thick. And then I think the rotation should be you. Yes, that was correct. And then the offset of the controller is going to be, I think, this. Nope. Yeah, there you go. Maybe put it a little less far, like -15. There we go. Very good. And then let's just scale them both down, like 0.6. Just so that they don't overlap each other anymore, right? Alright, so compile and save that. So now we should have individual eye controls. Perfect. Hello, Panda. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. So we can always do this, right? You just make sure to always select both of them. And thank you for the 7-stream streak. Right, so it's, oh my god. Careful about that, right? Actually, should be able to put limiters on them, right? I would think. Let's see, control settings. Yeah, limits. So let's just limit. It's gonna take a minute, but at a minimum and maximum translation. We basically want it to be 0. So I think the box is representing the inner and outer bound, right? Yeah, there it is. So U should be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Because we just don't want it to move at all, right? We don't want the eye to come popping out of the socket. How's your week going, Panda? All right, let's see. So then the big question is how far do we want the eyes to be able to rotate? I'd say that's about right. Yes? So yeah, about 37, 38 degrees in that direction. If we were to do negative 37 degrees, that's too far. So let's say maybe negative 15. So that's the z-axis, so we would do negative 15 maximum rotation. And then positive would be about 30, let's say 36. 35, just to keep things on nice round numbers. Is that actually zeroed? It says it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. And then block in the scale as well. Because again, we don't want and yes, I should have been doing this on more of the rig throughout the entire time, but what can I say? Okay, so oh, okay, and then upward rotation, which would be pitch. So that would be like 22. And let's say 22 and negative 30. And then this should be 0. We don't want the eye to be able to twist in. We don't want it to be able to twist within the socket, right? But it should be able to look up and down. It should be able to look left and right. So it can basically do those movements. That looks good. All right, so just grab this, and I think what we'll basically be able to do is be able to invert these values. And we should be good on the other one. But let's just grab this and double check. Okay, yeah, so that's going to be like a positive 15 to negative 30. Right, so we just got to go down here. We got to invert all of those settings. So yeah, movement is going to be 0, 0, 0. .22, 0, 15, or no? Yes. Yes? No. Oh boy. Negative 22. And then negative 35. And then 30, 0, 15. And scale values. 1, 1, 1. Okay, so now, same effect. That looks good. Did I miss? Oh yeah, it can still move on these axes, and we want to prevent that from happening. Okay, cool. So save that. Okay, so now, if we have to do it this way, fine, right? That works. We can work with it. Use me. But I would really like to have the ability to grab both of these at once. Oh no. Or how, grab a parent and have, by moving the parent, these guys track accordingly, right? So, to that end, we're going to try something. And frankly, I'm going to say, like, we've already accomplished the things that we set out to do tonight, right? We got morph shapes into Unreal Engine. There is a weirdness with them. Still don't know why this lid didn't isolate its movement correctly, but fine. And we'll need to figure out how to actually use them properly within the engine. But we got that, and we remade these controls. So I'm happy that we have those things up and going, right? That's good. But let's see if we can't get a little bit more accomplished tonight. See if we can't get this. This would be nice. All right, so to create a modular rig asset, go to the content browser. Oh, actually, here, let's do this. So I'm going to scale this down a little bit so you guys can see the content browser like so. And then we're going to go over here. I'm going to go to this, and we are going to browse to the asset. So yeah, here's all the things. And see, this is the bullshit that I was talking about, that I went to the constraint and I right-clicked on it and I hit view documentation, and it takes me to the Unreal page, and it says there's no documents. So Epic, you can fuck off. Your documentation is beyond trash. It literally doesn't exist. Which is that's insane to me, but whatever. Okay, so hit add in the content browser and go animation control rig. Okay. So we're looking for animation control rig. When prompted, select the modular rig option and create control rig blueprint window, and then select create. Okay, we're going to do that. You can now open, we're going to call this tracking module. We're going to open it. After opening the asset, select the skeletal mesh character you want to use. Or wait, is this... Okay, so I think this is just to create the module, to create the modular rig. Module authoring. This is what I wanted to do. Okay, I wasn't far enough down. Create some modules that will be utilized by the rig. Okay, so close this because this is an actual control rig and not a module. So we're just going to delete this. Okay. Does not require the installation of the control rig modules plugin. Is not required to start building. Blah, 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 blah. You're creating and using custom rig modules. You can set the root module. You can set which root module should be used when creating new modular control rigs. The initial root module can be changed inside the project settings using the default root module. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, create a new control rig in the content browser. I think it's going to be the other one. So we go animation, control rig, and then we want to create a proper control rig, and we're going to call this one tracking module. And then up here in the top, we're going to switch to rig module. Import a skeletal mesh. This will serve as a template for building the module. There are pre-built templates that can be used in the control rig modules plugin as shown below. Okay. So we have this graph. Look at this graph! With the volume properties and class. I know I have made that joke before, and I'm going to continue to make that joke, just so you guys are aware. I don't want any expectations otherwise. Put the module name. Show the modular rig editor. Wait, what? Okay, yes, within the content browser. Okay, within the class settings. Where's class settings? Where? Oh, class settings. There we go. Okay. So, custom thumbnail. We don't have one right now. I might work on it later. Okay. Class control rig, advanced. No. Modular rig settings, all resolved. Rights, no. Modular rig. Okay. Hierarchy settings, shape, hierarchy. Okay. So we'll call it tracking module there. A module for inverse tracking such as eyes. Good enough. All right, creating connectors. Rig authors need to tell the module how to connect to a skeleton. This is accomplished by using connectors. Connectors are responsible for returning hierarchy information such as bones and controls. They act as reference for these hierarchy elements so that an author can create a module that potentially works on many different skeletons that might have a different hierarchy structure or naming scheme. There are two types of connectors, primary and secondary. Big shock. Primary modules can only contain one primary connector. It's recommended the primary connector resolves to a socket on the skeletal mesh. When creating a primary connector, you should consider the following. There can only be one per module, which is created automatically when a control rig asset is converted to a module. Primary connector is the first connector to be resolved and should resolve to a socket on the skeletal mesh. It is recommended to give the primary connector the socket type rule. Secondary modules Modules can contain multiple secondaries. It is recommended that these connectors resolve to bones, nulls, or controls. When using a secondary connector, you can think of it as any additional connectors that need to be resolved for the module to function for the purpose you are designing it. Okay, that makes sense. Connectors can contain rules, such as AND rules. Resolved elements must meet all rules set, child to primary, or tags and types. All right, so connector event. Right now we have forward solve, which in the documentation is titled connector, so that might be an update, but it's all right. Oh, can we do an inverse? Ooh, we can do a backward solve. We might need that. Let's delete that for now. Oh, no, there's our connector. Okay. A socket is defined. Okay, so the connector event provides a way to build graph logic that will try to auto-resolve the secondary connectors in the module upon completion during the drag and drop phase while rigging a modular asset. Pardon me. My throat's gumming up. Okay. Socket is defined as the character skeleton asset and is used to connect the modules to the skeleton mesh. Alright, makes sense. Metadata can be accessed at the root, parent, or current module level. For example, metadata for storing the global size of the controls might live at the root level, whereas the hand control created at the ARM module might live in the parent metadata. Pre and post forward solve. Oh boy, okay. The pre-forward solve allows rig logic to be executed before the forward solve is executed. The post-forward solve allows the rig logic to be executed after the forward solve is executed. This is helpful for having a module edit the rig logic of another module that pre-existed, such as a foot module editing the leg to create a foot roll. All right. An execution order. Execution stack, performance API, and Python. All right. So what we need to do now, we're going to go back to our minion as what Project Prod is doing in this video is setting up custom logic in a control rig of their own making, right? As you can see, very, very, very deep. So what we are hopefully going to be able to do is reverse engineer some of this, essentially to create a module that we can plug in and point at the controls that we have established on the eyes and have those controls follow our tracking control. If we can get it to do that, we are golden. If we even figure out some stuff in the process of trying to get it to do that, I'll take that, because knowledge is a valuable asset, chat. Yeah, so right now, he's just setting up all of the, we'll call them FK controls, right? These are the forward kinematic controls. It is input in, output out, right? It's very one-to-one. Like if we go back here, we go back to our control rig. You know, the controls that we just set up are FK controls, right? You input an action, you input a behavior, and you get the intended result. And if we go back to the root, let's disable can we disable the FK? It should be possible to disable it in here. I can just remember where. Oh, it's probably in the arm, not the shoulder. Yes? Yes. So you can see on Jordan's left arm, we have the IK controls, right? Inverse kinematic. So, as the name implies, it kind of works backwards. We have this control, this box control around the wrist. I position it, and then it moves all of the other bones to get it to a position, or to do the best that it can to get the joints and subsequently the mesh where we want it to be. Forward kinematic is I grab it, I rotate it. I still have the eye selected for some reason. I grab, I rotate, right? I can't drag it around. You see how that demolishes the mesh. So it is input in, output out. So essentially, we want to try and create an IK control for these guys, right? We'll have a box sitting around them. And when we drag the box aside, these will then move in an attempt to look at or follow the position of the box. That's what we are hoping to do. We're going to see if we can figure out how. Yeah, right now he's just setting up the FKs for controlling the eyelids individually. Initial bone rotation. Come on, YouTube, you can do it. You may not believe me, but I do actually somewhat believe in you. And I think he's just setting up the initial position. So yeah, he's doing, essentially he's setting up the same control that we just had, right? I'm gonna turn music off for a second just to reduce the noise confusion. There we go. All right. Let's pause for a second. Pause. wondering how we would go about feeding controller from here. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that this is technically possible. I am doing a lot of this based entirely on hope, right? We can create a new connector, a new socket. All right, keep watching for a little bit and see if we can't get there. Why minion? Man, I don't know. Aim constraint. All right, let's see if we can get that. All right, we do have that graph available. Move this over here-ish. I know we're not going to be able to see both of these super clearly, so please bear with. But I'll do the best I can to make everything as visible as possible. All right, so we do have the aim constraint window that he is looking at. All right, so we need forward solve into sequence. And then he has a second one. Now let's step back really quickly. Okay. Okay. So yeah, he has two aim constraints for each eye, right? So we have this. Now the trick is we haven't established anything about how this is supposed to work. So we want to spawn a socket. We want to create a socket here. Okay, so that doesn't seem quite right. Basically, we need to allow for some sort of variable. In constraint, local space offset, child name, default value. Okay. I'm gonna do something potentially really dumb. We're gonna work back and we're gonna bring this module in. Oh my god, what did you do? Why does that break my rig so badly? Let's back out. Back out for a second. I think this thing is not, shall we say, ready for prime time. Essentially, what I need to figure out is how to create variable. Oh, wait. Maybe I know how. New. Okay, so I can't set a variable. Hmm. Okay, so get the transform. Game. Right, so I need to figure out how we can create something that we can plug our eye controls into, right? Compute pull vector, get value, a variable, master string, get user data, print string. All right, so let's try that. Control. Actually, maybe it is the bone. And you do the same thing. Let's compile that. Okay. Do you still break everything? You sure the fuck do. Okay. One moment, please. Hmm. That didn't work. Well, I don't know. Did it not work? Not really. Not really. I finally jumped back into Deadlock. First time in a little while. Played 2 games last night. And I went 2-0. I felt good about that. The game says I am a high performer on Ivy and Paige, my 2 main characters within my bracket. Oh, that's nice of the game. It's nice to. It's being very kind. Frankly, it's being a little too kind. I am concerned. Okay, so we lost some work. Not too bad. So I'm hoping. Okay, and then target is direction, parents, 0, item, type is a control. Okay, compile that, save. Yeah, the problem is that we don't have something that we can like plug in for our purposes. All right. The thumbnail was looking weird. I was like, please tell me you're not broken. But we can bring this in as a preview mesh. So, yeah, the question now is essentially how do we set this up in such a way that we can plug it in as a module, direct eyes, follow as intended, right? Wait, this is in the construction event. We need forward solving. Oh, it did say that. Okay, cool. We just need to set this part up again. Okay, so that's a bone. And that's a bone. Okay, so that's where that needs to be. And then move this to a variable. Compile that and save it. And hopefully it doesn't crash again. Okay, so that at least didn't break the rig again. So go ahead and save that. And then we are going to plug this into the neck. Or not. Okay. So why? Maybe it's something in the documentation that I need to do. All right. Connectors can contain rules. Connector event provides a way to build graph logic that will try to auto-resolve the secondary connectors in the module upon creation during the drag and drops phase. Okay, maybe it's in there. Maybe I need to work with the connector more. I might be jumping ahead a little too much. All right, so we're back here. We've got our connector. What are our options here? We have a lot. Excuse me. All right, controls, constraints. When creating a primary connector is the first one to be resolved. Socket is defined in the character's skeleton asset. Is used to connect the modules to the skeletal mesh. For example, yeah, that makes sense. Get module near color metadata. So root connector spine. Okay. Okay, so this explains like what it is, but not how we would use it, right? Module rigging Unreal. Good morning, Jack. Hope you're doing well. Hope the week has been treating you kindly. Ready for the weekend. All right, so this is from a year ago. And then this is showing how to set up a modular rig, right? All right, this might have some of what we need. Let's see. Okay. Okay. We need that. Okay, sure. Okay, so wait, that is the construction event, which is in a different graph here, and that's the same thing there. So let me backtrack a second. Spawn transform control. What is the error? Unresolved pins of a wildcard type. Okay. Make absolute, get transform bone. You don't go so far. Only a few problems with Unity that I can complain about, nothing too bad. I could not tell you a goddamn thing about Unity. I'm sorry. I hope you can solve it. But I have no idea. Okay, so we're gonna split. Could be an option to split this. No. No, this is just a different. This is just a different node, I guess. Now we're gonna set this to a vector. Get it? There you are. There we go. Okay, cool. Alrighty, Tisha. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you have a very good evening. Very good into the weekend, start to the weekend. I will say goodnight. And solve it. Solving you can find someone that has the same. Isn't that how like everything in software is solved? Is just finding someone who figured it out at some point. All right, so get connection. So connector, and then I guess we'll plug this as root for right now. There you go, a little bit easier. Okay, so yeah, pivot target there, and then get the transform. And then we'll plug that into the parent. We go back here. So these, we know we set the shape offset to -15. So we should be able to just set that. We should be able to hard code that here. Oh my God, what? What? Full space, settings, parent. Okay, but what are you upset about? Oh, wait, no, no. Like closing the RPG Maker forums. As the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Oh, don't you hate that when you close a tab that you needed and you're like, oh God, where did it go? You can't find it. Sometimes, like, it's so nice the browsers have history because sometimes it's like, I needed that. I didn't save it. I don't remember. Node has unresolved pins of a wildcard type. Where? Nope, you're still upset. I don't get. Like, you say this. You don't tell me what you're actually upset about. Okay, I think, well, let's see. With browser code, so you get the nice menu. Would you like to restore 125 tap? Yeah, I wonder why it crashed. You look over at your desktop, your RAM is just like kindling. Let's try and build this part and see if that does. Well, no, so we don't really need that. We need, oh, no, at this point, compile. Okay, so it's happy now that we took that out. Root center. Okay. Hide all this because we don't necessarily want to really be this yet, right? Okay. This might still work. We might be able to get this to do what we want. So let's No, you haven't. Oh my god. That is not it, you dumb. Oh, this is infuriating. They're so bad at this. They're so bad at this. Okay. Can you please not? There we go. Unparent. Alright. You know what? Fine. Fine. Parent it to this. Could you? Could you? Could you? I hate you. Okay. Now, I'm still confused why. Get connection. Get transform the bone. Get transform. Okay. I'm not too worried about this part just because the logic is from the other video. Fine, I'll just look at it because you're too dumb of a fucker to actually explain how any of this works. My god. Sorry, minor crash out. Mix it. Okay. So what does the constraint look like? And good luck with the rest of the dev stuff. Thank you. We're trying out here. Okay, so they have a connector event. Runs from get candidate there. What does the tail look like? This runs in a very interesting way. Okay, so we have backward solving on this one. We got the forward solve. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cross spline. Okay, so you have the forward solving. Hope you have a good start to your weekend, Jack. Everyone say goodnight. Sorry, I'm doing that like wall-eyed thing. My brain is going in like 3 different directions right now. Okay, let's see. Basically what I'm trying to find I'm trying to understand how it sets up so that we can essentially create it to run off of variables. Oh my god. First follow. Okay, so all of the namespaces are assigned to self. We get the parent. Very strong. This one. Okay. Go back to our minion video. Okay. But some of these things are like, this isn't like translating directly. Okay, so what's interesting is these are not looking for a name in the same way. Like it doesn't require a name setup right away. Because this is demanding a name. Try giving you the okay. File that. Are you happy with that? Okay, so you accept that. Save. Okay, but you okay, so let's flip this around. So we're gonna set you to bone. And then you gonna be a control. feel like this is going to work. Okay, so I was just looking to see if there was more about it. It seems like this is pretty much it. I really wish I understood what the fuck is going on. Actually, let's go back really quickly. Where does he set up the actual shape? Yeah, see, it's not in the construction event. He actually like makes it within this. And I don't think there's a way I can get it to do that. Alright, yeah, so that's this guy. Alright, so we get it's formed with the socket. And then you throw this error again. But there's a wild card, but you don't tell me what about it. Wild card. I'll go back here. Let the offset transform. That all seems fine. Yeah, none of these other things are any different than what they have set up. So the asset you compiled doesn't do anything. Alright. This is probably going to crash it. I kind of just want to see if it does. Not going to do anything. I know it's not going to do anything. But I guess the problem is I don't see there's nothing in here gives any indication that it's like looking for a secondary hookup, right? It's not looking for any connection to other things. And I will tell it, crash to the neck, and it's going to crash. Didn't crash, so that's a good start. Okay. Well, it's certainly a good first step, right? At least it didn't break everything. Okay, so where is the construction step? Yeah, local spline out. I'm so confused why this works for them and it doesn't work for me. Okay. So I'm pretty sure each of these gray modules, yeah, it's a local function. So that's digging even deeper in. So we don't want to go too far into that, right? Yeah. I feel like we're just trying to create this. I feel like we're just trying to create the constraint node module, but with like a very specific purpose. Being constraint. And oh look, where'd it go? The aim constraint. It's just the same thing. So we don't necessarily need to make a new module. We should just be able to get the aim constraint, do what we want. Okay, so let's look at what the constraint module is actually doing, right? We have the entry point. So we set the child item. Well, where is that? So I can see the parent. Short name, I control, no tag. Great. Okay. If we go back here, we got the parent, the position, whether it is the parent, aim. We got a few different vectors, active debug, parent constraint filter, and local variables, child item. Constraint root. Wait, so is the root the parent? Parent parent would be the self. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. That to control you pivot. Okay, so you need the parent be the I. Let me take that. Okay, compile. Oh, is it because I need to set you? Okay. I know we were doing this last week, but digging into the graphs for this a little bit, it really does seem to me like, okay, there we go. Jordan lost an eye. It's okay. We'll find it. Goodness, where did it go? Actually, where is this control? Okay, control settings, initial settings, tape. Let's go ahead and lock this in. There you are. Like, it had to be here somewhere. Okay. Let's just do square thick for now. That should work. Right. You. And then your Z should be like 10. Nope. Where are you guys off center? What you doing there? Okay, well, so it's definitely doing something. Wondering if we have it backwards somehow. One moment. All right, let's just use that for the time being. It seems like something's a little bit off kilter. Okay, so where did my constraint go? Or no, okay, so that's right there. And you are going to go in there. Why are you weird? Okay, whatever. Leave it for a bit. Leave it for a minute. Okay, so we're going to set the parent to the net. Okay, so why? This should not be rolling as much as it. Do I have this backwards? I think I do. No. Okay. Why? Oh, because the control primary. Okay. Okay. I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, and then the parent control. Can I set you to be the pivot? No. But see, I don't want it to control the neck. Hmm. Okay, so now that does that. And I compare these two. This. Okay. And then we give this skeletal control again. File, just so it doesn't break anything. Okay, but you still have neck control, which we should not have. I'm gonna reset that. I don't. Okay. So you need to be parented to the neck. You shouldn't have primary control over it. I can reset the connector, but then it's going to reset the entire hierarchy because yeah. Fine. Okay, and then we go in here, and then the parent control, let's see. Why don't you don't recognize that anymore? And you're upset because you want to have a primary control. I don't want to give it to you because you're not using it the way that I want you to. I mean, if you would accept Pivot, primary controller, then you can have that, but you won't. I don't get why you won't. It's rat peculiar is what it is. And now all my eye controls are gone. Oh, you're back there. Why are you back there? See, now, so we have that. Hmm. Let's see. So if I. Oh, okay. And we'll get rid of the clavicles. We need the neck. We need the other eye. So we currently have it on. Now. You gonna show me the socket options here? You don't. Will you stop jumping the window around? You are so bad at this. It's incredible. It's remarkable how unsteady this damn thing. All right. Will you? I'm gonna break something. Hmm. Control name none. Control settings. Secondary control setting. I. Control name none. Limit shape. Add secondary control. Wait, when you say secondary, it adds a secondary shape, not a second object to control. That's so dumb. That we might just need to accept that what we have is what we get. Oh my god, this thing is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. Like, it's almost there. I can see ways in which it should be able to work, and it doesn't want to, and it's so infuriating. Now, unfortunately, my tracking module don't have a way to set it up. Actually, how does this work? How do you work? Okay, so you have the backward solve. All well and good. Oh my goodness. All right. Item. I'm wondering. Word with get module item metadata. Finger primary to phone. Finger bone. Acts as a parent. Hmm. Okay. Great root sets child item. And then the parent, that's the parent item. Go in here, constraint, child item. That should be I. And then the parent would be the I controller. But I can't set that as an option. What is the aim up? Where is that being applied? Aim up access. Don't know. Doesn't seem to be really used anywhere. But the parent can't set the way that I want it to be. Like I can only set it to phones, seems like. I set that. Okay, so that's still doing that. Let's reset this. If we can get our proper controls back. Okay. And the parent control should be the neck. Well, no, we can leave those empty. Okay. See, what this is telling me in this is that it gets the connection, it gets the constraint, and then sets that as the child. Right? And then the child should be following the parent around. That makes sense. Except that. Okay. So I could set this, right? And then the parent should be the eye roll, but I can't set it as that. And now they just deleted each other? What happened there? No, I don't want you to be under it. Wait. Can I do this? No, why can't I do that? Why can't I set your parent control? Will you accept something else? Okay, so you'll take that. So if I control is hierarchy. Okay, so reset this. Put this under the neck. Then we're going to take these two. We're going to period it under there. And then you. Will you please accept this? Please work with me on this. I am begging you. Okay, so yeah, we can't connect this to a socket because if we do, then it controls socket. We don't want that, right? That's gonna go right there. That's gonna go right there. Wait, maybe it can. So if we connect this in here, but then we have to go down here and we'd have to tell it that it can't drive the skeleton, right? And then you will go right there. We compile that. Please, right? The fuck was that? Did you guys hear that? All right. Anyway. Okay. So what? Oh. I grabbed the chest control. See, if I tell it it can drive the skeleton, it's gonna move the neck. So I can't do that. These guys. They'll have their intended controls. That's good. That's good. We want that to be where it is. I still don't have the pivot doing what it wants, what I want it to do. Maybe we're getting close now. Okay. And if we go into we can just reset the aim up. I don't think that's important. Okay, so then that's doing this. And then if we go in here, can I direct you at the pivot? No, you don't understand what that is. I feel like it's so close. Hmm. I don't know. The constraint, parent, AI control, aim up, good. Yeah, yeah. Filter. I don't have a filter for you. No, there is a debug. So I feel like if we saw if we saw a debug up here, then we would know that there's the correct connection happening. And that's not occurring at the moment, right? Okay, yeah, so we see these. See that. Okay, so yeah, that's the debug that we see happening. Okay. Chat, we might just need to live with our 2-eye control system. It's not ideal, but I really don't know what I would need to do to get this to work. The tracking module that we have in here, like this in constraint, is in the existing constraint module, right? We have an aim constraint set up right here. We have the child item. We set the child, hit the aim axis, set the target. Get the parent, right? So like it should be working. It should be working. And as much as the naming is confusing, it should be the case that it gets child through the constraint value. And then it gets the parent through this value. But it's not doing that. I don't know why it's not doing that. Nope. Oh, but that did do something. Didn't do anything good, but it did do a thing. Why? Why? Why, you're so stupid! Where is this result not how pretty the process is? True. The problem is that the better the tools we make, the less issues we're going to have in getting a good result, right? If we improve the process, the result will be better. We need to understand how to actually get the process to improve. Okay, so that almost looked like it was doing something. It is doing something, right? Like we can see it is in its own very strange way attempting to track Okay. I might. Okay, but I set you as the parent, so you can drive the skeleton. But you not. If I move you, that changes that. Okay, so like this is working almost working, but it's there's something in here that I'm missing. There's something that I'm missing, and I'm not sure what it is. Okay, someone's setting off some manner of explosives. Okay. Maybe you are set to the for democracy. For glorious managed democracy. Action. My socket. Roll. Set the offset. Here. Oh, that wasn't right. Okay, so now that's there. And then we can set the shape offset back, right? Or no, what did you do? Damn it. Okay, so we've got this in such a position that you see we move it, and then the eye, or the pivot point in the eye tracks along with it, which is cool. That's good. The problem is that this is not driving anything in the process. I don't know if it's because, no. Okay, so I'm going to try one thing. So let's compile and save. I want to try deleting my iWrite control. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. The eye looks funky because it's backwards. So the downside to this is this is basically telling me that we can have both of them controlled together, or both of them controlled separately. We can't have both options. And you know what? If that's what it takes, then fine. Let's go ahead and clean up the pivot. I think we'll just use, given our character and given what we want to be able to do with them, I think it makes more sense to have a single control that allows us to move both eyes in conjunction rather than be able to move them independently. Right? If you were making like a minion, then sure, you would want to be able to have them do like crazy spinny eyes where they like roll around independently. That makes sense. But for us, no. Okay, and then the parent is going to be the eye control. Right? That's the actual thing. And then we're going to go back here. So you are going to be pivot, parenting is off, debug is on, compile. Now let's see if it's working. Okay, cool. So that's good. Now we just need to clean up the right one. Oh. Jordan, honey, what you doing? Weird that this one just works. Okay, there you go. Just need to invert the y-axis. Okay, but now you are not responding? Why are you not responding? Oh, because I toggled aim off. Oh, that... Okay, so that didn't fix it. That's so weird. Oh. I just need to turn maintain offset back on. And the cool thing is, because it's aiming, we can even have her look inward and outward. Okay, so I think maximum inward value should be like -7. And then maximum outward value can be like, I don't know, 30. Or no, not even like 15. Out of sheer curiosity, we're gonna set up a couple of limits here, right? What happens? Okay, so rotation thankfully doesn't do anything. So we don't really need to worry about rotating. Scaling also does not do anything. That's good. So it is only movement that is going to affect it. So probably, because we don't want her eyes to roll all the way up into her head, right? So we should probably set some movement offsets, some directional offsets as well. All right, let's set some limits, and I think that'll be a good place to wrap it up for the night. I'm a little disappointed that we weren't able to get controls, both sets of controls running simultaneously, but I would rather have this one than the other one. If we have to pick only one, this is the better option to have. Okay, so minimum value is going to be like -7. Maximum value is going to be 15. That kind of gives us our bounds of movement on that axis. And then upwards should probably do like what? That? So that would be, let's say, 9 to, say, -12. Yeah, -11. And then our Z range should be like 10. Yeah, 10 in each direction. So that is our box of moving. Okay. So that ended up being a lot of headache, but I'm glad we got there. I'm glad we were eventually able to figure out how to get what we wanted. It was definitely more of a hassle than I would have liked it to be, but I'm glad we could figure it out. Right, and then the last thing I want to do, just for prettiness sake, I'm going to override the color. Why? If I change you Okay, so you're not changing. Why are you not changing? Well done, Master Chief. Thank you. Hey, your words, not mine. We'll leave it at that. For some reason, it is set rather strangely. Like it's not rotating. Or it's not overriding the color the way that it is supposed to. So let's just do it here, I guess. That's fine. Just to make it a little bit easier to set apart, right? And then all of this should... Oh, right, because that's the neck. It's a different control setup. There we go. Okay, so now should be able to go in here. Oh, interesting. Whoa. It's actually kind of fun, but need you to respond to this, my guy. There we go. Right. Don't rotate it. Don't rotate it. It is not a tool for rotating. This one is a tool for moving. Seems like the eyes are not perfectly set up the way that we would want them to be, perhaps. Interesting. So wait, if I rotate this, it seems okay. Oh, but then the pivot is getting thrown off. Huh. Fascinating. But what if we change this from a direction aim up to a location aim up? Does that fix it? No. Hmm. 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 Okay, I think that's it. No, that doesn't really fix it. This is how you look when you take drugs, true? Actually, I think I might have it. I might have it. Okay, hang on. Let's try again. So, just turn the debug back on for one of them. Okay, so the rotation axis that is slightly off, I think, is Y. It looks like Y, right? Because we want it to rotate on Z, the blue. We want it to rotate on X. Yes. Okay. So, two more view. I realize we're running a little over time, but let's try and clean up two more things. Or we'll try two things to see if we can't get it to fully resolve, right? First question is, why are you rotated the way that you are? Okay, so that doesn't actually change the position of the object at all, does it? Okay, that's fine. Where did I set your offset? Now that we actually have this working, I'm like, oh god, I want to fix it. Okay, there you go. Okay, good. That looks good. All right, so now we're going to go back in here, and we want to turn the Y filter off. Let's see if that did it. Not really. No, not really. Why not, though? Oh, there we go. I just had to set the aim up for each of the constraints. I guess that sort of acts as a compass to help keep it properly aligned. Do you know, do you know how many hours we would have saved if they had just documented how this thing works? It did exactly the thing that we wanted it to do. They just didn't explain it anywhere. That is so frustrating to me. I'm glad we got there. I'm glad we could figure it out. I'm glad we could work through it. And thank you, everyone, for working through it with me. I really appreciate everyone being patient and supportive while we muscled our way through this thing. It just really frustrates me that we had to, you know, that we had to go inch by bloody inch and solve it without any support from the devs. It's wild to me, but what you gonna do? Anyway, we are a little bit over time, so I am going to go ahead and call it here. We did accomplish our objectives. We got the morph targets into the engine. We got the eyes properly rigged up so we can control them. So yeah, we are going to have a Thursday stream next week. I think we'll look at how to maybe start integrating some of these things into some of the animations that we already have. So, what I think we'll look at that next week. And if we can sort of get that set up, obviously there's a lot of animation work still to do, but we spent a long time looking at this, and it's not necessarily a bad thing to repeat on a particular subject until we start to properly ingrain it. But there are a lot of other things as well that need to be addressed. So next week we will have Thursday stream. The following week, the 16th, but we're heading out of town. So there will only be one stream that week, unfortunately. I think we'll go ahead and do a long stream to sort of make up for that. But once we come back from that, we might pivot to something else for a little bit. Yeah, I wish it were more obvious. And, my immense gratitude for all of the tools developers, right? When I was working with Bungie, we had tools developers that were incredibly talented, making stuff both in engine and in Maya and 3ds Max and Substance Painter and all those things, just to make the pipeline that much easier to work with, make it so there actually was a pipeline. All of the plugin developers for Blender and Unreal, like, those guys are so much of why we can do any of this. Yes, tools developers, thank you for all of your hard work. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we are going to find somebody to raid. Alrighty.